Hello. Hi. Hello. Today is the day where we work on Kast and where Nerdsoul claims first. Hello, Nerdsoul. Right. Did you say that you're not going to do the Ludum there, Nerdsoul? I don't remember. Today is definitely the day. Yes. All right. And tomorrow is also the day. I don't think I asked. Okay, so I'm asking now. I asked Bigorli. Bigorli, I said that he's not going to do the Ludum there. But the Luna there starts in exactly 20, 30 hours, something like this. You're not planning to and almost certainly won't. I am the one who is in. Alright. Yeah. Right. So last time I did a game jam, we did the D2 jam, and I made a simple game with the cast. Now this time we have been working on the minicast, and the idea would be to jam with minicast instead, which is going to suck. Because it's a different language. It's not supposed to be written directly by humans, but maybe I'm actually considering adding some of the things so that it's like easier to write. um, you know, like what are the most common tasks that you need to do? What are the most common tasks? Like one of the things that I don't have is the operators. Do we care about it not having the operators? Though, draw a triangle. I'm going to use the raylib this time. Like that we already have, right? I don't need a triangle. I already have the unicorn on screen, and we can do this. So I'm transpiling to C, and then C is being transpiled to WebAssembly. No, this is going through C. Yes, C WebAssembly through Mscripton, and raylib means that we can make games, right? I just need to have bindings to raylib, and that is easy. We can call C functions directly, and we just have this C API, right? Totally not watching 30 seconds of each stream and then leaving. Right. Okay, I need something to like try to write something to see what we need, maybe. What would be that something? What would be that something that we do? I can make the simple game similar to the other game that we made with Kast. And GitHub IO. Kast game example, right? We have this. We can just redo this one, but in minicast. When it loads. Will it load? It will. There we go. I can just remake this. Right? That should be easy. But with raylib. You'll have a 6-second music loop. Yeah. Or we can try making something new. A different example. I mean, maybe we will just try to make a game tomorrow. If we can try by something that's not a game. What would that be? A Twitch bot? Make Link Cider as an example? Twitch bot is good. Yeah. I already have the Twitch bot written in Kast, though. Is there any other things that we would want? I don't really have a plan of what I'm doing today. I want to write something. What to write? Some kind of CLI to UI. Right. What could that be? Boom, 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 boom. Or to write a Kast compiler as an example? I was actually thinking about that, yeah. That's another option. So like, but yeah, I'm trying to write not Kast, but the mini Kast, right? But mini Kast is actually like, like if I started Kast from scratch, maybe we should have done the mini Kast first, then self-hosted the mini Kast, and then from there we build up the Kast, right? You know what I mean? That would actually make sense. Maybe start with a simpler language. Basically, is that what Kast is? Well, I mean, it's not like that much more complicated actually, considering the amount of code is not much bigger from what we have right now for the minicast. Boom, 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 boom. We need something to write. To each bot, a simple game. Something like Advent of Code is another option, right? And those are the things that I have done in Kast already. And Quibot joins the chat for the second time today because it crashed. Wait, hold on. Did Nertzel crash the Twitch, the Quibot? Maybe we do need to rewrite from scratch because it's like crashing or something. Let's take a look. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, yeah, the connection was closed. Wait, well, hold on. The last message that we saw before before the bot crashed was the Twitch bot is good by Nertzel, literally. It is good. I mean, I did get the ping here. What if I just did not respond with the pong, though? But that doesn't make sense, right? Because we did have the pings before. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know. I feel like the Twitch just drops the connection sometimes. For some weird reason, maybe. I mean, that's better, I suppose. Although it took like a couple minutes to figure out that the connection was closed. Hmm. So what are the other things that we can write, right? um. Now, hello, I came to bully you. All right, Jankulitito, tell me what is a simple example program that we could write instead of bullying me. How about that? What would you write if you needed a simple example? I mean, we can write a guess a number game, right? Is this Cake's chat? Is everyone coming into Cake's chat to bully Cakes? Is that a binary tree traversal that draws out the tree? What would be the binary tree? Sure, let's do that. Well, okay, sure. Jankulitito has spoken. Let's see. Bin tree. Okay, the first thing that I want to do is that the function should not specify its return type, I think, like this. If it doesn't specify, then it should be void. Okay, let's start with that improvement immediately. So that we can parse this code. Right, so in the mini syntax over here, we have the function, and the function should not necessarily specify the result type here. Yeah, result type is the optional group, like this. Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Over here, we parse function definition, and the result type is now an optional group, basically. Result type. And this is not the AST anymore. No, 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 no. How about this? Let args AST is root. AST helpers get child AST args. Let body is root. AST helpers get child AST some body. And result type is root children tuple get named opt. Result type option map st unwrap child group. Like this is an optional AST in this case, right? Get child AST is what I want from the group. Name is optional. String. This will give me the AST. Right. I'm just going to match group dot children tuple get named get. Wait, get child AST. This should be the name. Otherwise, we don't know. People get named. Name. Some child. Alright, child value. 1. Otherwise, we're going to have the error. Failed to find child named escape name. Okay. Okay, now the result type is basically we're going to match result type, right? And if it is none, then the result type is basically the unit, right? But if it is some AST, then we're going to parse the AST as the type. There we go. And this should be it. To allow the optional result type, which is defaulting to unit. So like that's different from Kast, where if you don't specify, it's actually kind of like weird. If I don't specify the type, maybe I should. Maybe what I want. I don't know. It's a little weird. I probably do still want to infer it in their actual cast. Reference is not a group. Now it is. Oh no, it doesn't compile still. Reference to child is not child. Some reference to child. There we go. We're going to take it. String is not some string, right? This is going to be args, and this is just going to be body. It still doesn't work. Reference to tuple is not tuple. Okay, a lot of these things are going to be need to be rewritten once we actually compile Kast to minicast or to C in general, because over here we're trying to get a reference and then move out of a reference actually, which is supposed to not work. Well, I mean, we can make it work by like copying the thing, I guess. Well, moving the thing technically it probably would work if we don't access the same thing again. still. Unless like we're going to try to drop it later. And then everything's going to crash. I have a feeling that I will need to rewrite everything from scratch again once we have the something with like the final move semantics actually instead of JavaScript stuff. All right, let's see the bin tree. Expected a value AST child God group. Oh, and then I have the same thing in 3 different places, right? We have function definition and we have a function declaration, which is very similar. I'm going to do this, and then the result type is going to be also similar here. There's no way. Okay. So there we go. Now we can specify the functions without specifying the return type, which will default them to use the void return type, the unit. Okay. So we wanted to do the binary tree traversal that draws out the tree. Actually, how about we write this thing, which I like a lot, which is called the trip, right? We like trips. Trips. Yes. Trips is what we like. Trip is t struct. No, it's not a struct. Hold on. Well, it is a struct, I guess, right? Which is going to be the kind, right? Which is trip kind. And we have the trip kind, which is an enum of either the empty or a node, right? I'm considering actually adding the proper like sum types. I don't know. Should we? Or should we not? Okay, like it's going to be either empty or not empty, basically. Right? And if it's not empty, then we're going to have the data. Right? Which is going to be trip data t. And we have the trip data t. So this is just a binary tree, right? I guess. But trip data is a union, actually. Right? Because if it's empty, then we don't have any data. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if we have the empty variant, then we can always store the data, right? We just are supposed to not look into the data if it's the empty one. That makes sense, I think. So we'll have the trip data as a struct. Right? So we have the value, which is t. So this is generic. We have the left subtrip, which is going to be a trip t. And we have the right, which is trip t. And this is not going to work. We need some sort of indirection. So is this sort of redirection, is that the reference? Or do we want to have actually something? Like a box, right? Is this supposed to be a box? Box strip T? We can for now just have the alias of a box to be a reference, right? Yeah. So we have the value, we have left, we have right. Metro 2039 announced. Was it? You're excited for it? Looks real good. I never played the old Metro games either. I don't know. Let me look. This one. Do you know it's if it's liked by Russians in general? I think it is, yeah, but um wait, who's making these games?
I ask you,
What's the
do
creator
you want
of
to come
this?
out of the
Do you know?
darkness and become a pure nation? I ask you,
It's Russian,
are you
Ukrainians,
ready
or
for great
Belarusians. One of those,
changes
right?
under the guidance of a great leader? If you are, then wake
Or
up
is it not? Or is it an
and open
American
the door
game?
for the
I have no
Nova.
idea. Okay, so far it looks like a movie instead of instead of a game.
Wake up. Wake up to a pure nation. Clean air. Bright future.
Is it a zombie game? Is it like Project Zomboid 3D? Probably not. No comment. Nah, it's not. There's no way. If there was a Project Zomboid 3D, I would know about it.
The Nova right says comply. The people say aye. Fear not the enemy's threats, for the Führer hunter protects you.
Where are they taking them?
Alright, can I skip through? I kind of don't really care about the plot in games usually. Where's the gameplay? Is this the one over here? In the end? Still looks like a movie instead of gameplay, though. winter. I don't know. What is this game about? You shoot the monsters, you're underground, right? What's the genre of this even? Can I look it up? Metro game. Post-apocalyptic. That's the setting, that's not the genre, right? It's a first-person shooter, survivor horror. So like Doom. If the game is the same as the book, it will be great. You think? Like I don't know. I mean, it probably is, right? But I personally am not big on the on the on the games that are about the story, right? So if it is like the book, it means that the story there is good, right? Which is something I don't really care about in the games. And not for me. Okay, yeah. But I mean, I do like watching other people play the story games, though. I just don't like playing them because they're like, I don't know. That's why Link Cider is floating squares, right? You can skip and go back to Project Zomboid. To Project Bug Zoid, right? We should make our own Zomboid. Okay, maybe that should be the goal. Once Kast is ready, we should work on our own Project Zomboid, right? If Link Cider is not getting done, we can at least start working on like Project Link Zoid or something. Yeah. Rewrite PC in Kast. Yeah. All right. You're making Zomboid. I don't know, maybe. I can replace zombies with bugs, and that would like also be very familiar to, very similar to Factorio, you know. You're making Hyper Light Drifter. What's Davey making? I don't know. Full remake, but it's just in the languages example folder. All right, I'm trying to actually come up here with a simple example that I would write in minicast here. So I'm just trying to make a trip. Right. That's the first data structure and the only data structure that we have in Kast. Now now we do this in minicast. Let's see if I can declare the types even like this. Looks like the types are good. Oh wait, it's because they are good because I never instantiate these guys. Okay. Let's see here. Let trip. Let A is new trip of ints. Right? So that's what we want. Well, we don't even need the constructor technically because we should just have the empty trip. Can we just say const empty? Oh wait, but I cannot have generic constants, right? So we'll have new trip t, which returns the trip t. So this is going to be the kind is empty, and oh, I think I remember now. I don't have the comparison of the enums in C yet. That's a very simple thing to do, but yeah, you know. And then data is going to be value. Oh wait, data is actually uninitialized, right? Because we don't need to initialize for the empty, right? This is only supposed to be initialized for the actual node. Minicast web server. What would I need the web server for? I mean, yeah, sure, we can try them out with a web server. It's something that should be done today. I'm trying to like just try to make sure that the language works, right? Like the web server, what? Just the web server? Host my minicast docs, of course. Even like rewrite nginx in Kast. Or rather caddy, because that's what I'm using. I'm not doing nginx, I'm doing caddies. Yeah, so like, yeah, sure. We can just do the file server, right? Just a quick like you know the Python HTTP server, right? Like this thing, which is just serving the current folder, right? Like this thing, that could work, I suppose. Let me just try the trip example first. I was hoping for HTTPS at least. All right. I was hoping to get some serious suggestions. All right, we have a pattern match that is not exhaustive immediately. As if I just try to do something, I do a variant. Okay, so we have yeah. I think it's even commented out here somewhere, right? Yeah, variant. So we are trying to create the enum value of specific name, right? Yeah. So what we want. Well, what do I convert the enums into even? Let me see here. Let a trip end is uninitialized. How about this? Can I do that one? That one I can do. Okay. Let's take a look. Minicast main. Seems like the Clang D is thinking. Okay. Took some time for it. Okay, so we just have the trip events. What size project are we looking for? Something that is done in like one stream, right? Because like I said, I'm just doing it. And like tomorrow we will do like the actual test where I will tomorrow and like on the weekend in general, I guess. Oh wait, it's not tomorrow, right? Yet, yeah, we have actually 2 days before the Ludum Dare. I have 2 days then. Right. The Ludum Dare is coming, you know, and I want to make a game for it, so I need to test the language. That something is doable before that. Trip, though, in general, is a good data structure. So how about we make this anyway? I like my trips. So we just have an enum. So here's the question about C. When you have an enum like this, it seems like there's two spaces instead of one. We should fix that. Right. But isn't this like the global stuff? And if I have another enum like typekind2, is this even working in C? Can you open a window? I have done the raylib already, right? Here's the example. I've done the raylib on the web already too. So I'm compiling to C and then using the mscripton to run this thing on the web. So this is already like technically a game, I guess, right? I'm just using my arrow keys to move around. I just need something which would like test more aspects of the language, I guess. That one is testing the FFI, I guess. So yeah, my question is how do the things work in C in general? Right. I was trying to compile these fuel C yesterday, and I did not do it. I ran it off stream, and it crashed my PC. after like 10 minutes of compiling this project. I should try again. I should like figure out why my PC is sometimes shutting off. I think the reason actually, I have an idea. Do you know how to build your own PC, Athano? I'm assuming you do, right? So I think the problem is that I'm not sure. I'm too lazy to look into it. But I have the GPU, which is 5700 XT, right? This one, the $100 beast. Right? So the problem is like it's like, as far as I understand, it does some like power spikes, and I'm powering it with a single cable from the power supply instead of using two separate cables, and that might be the issue actually. Right? Can it be the issue? I just like stumbled on something somewhere saying that wait, it requires 600 watt PSU. What's my PSU? Can you look up your PSU? Look up PSU on Linux. Can I do it without opening the case? I don't remember. I think I do have the 600 watt, but I think I have 750, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's 600. You've never heard of this being the issue before? Did you really check the PSU physically? I think I can like check what I bought, if I remember where I got it. Hold on. The maybe this is the one. Let me see. I want to check. My old things which are done. This one. What is this? A Logitech G Pro. No, that's not a PSU. I think this one. So I bought this in 2019. Okay. My PC is 7 years old, apparently. And I think like there were, I think some of the components are actually even like are even older than that. But I have this one. Chief Tech PSU 750. 80 plus gold. Is this good? Gold is good, right? And it has 750 watts, right? So that should be enough. Is it? Or is 750 not the watts? What's the watts? 744 watt? Maximum power 750? I think it's fine, right? Yeah. So, I like, how do you know if PSU is the problem, though? Potentially, right? Like, my PC just shuts down sometimes. I'm pretty sure it's my GPU, though, but, like, what if it was the PSU? How do you figure it out? Okay, anyway, but, like, yeah. Connect GPU using two separate cables, right? If you look this up. I use two separate cables from a GPU, right? Not the two on the same cable. And this is what I do. I'm using the two on the same cable, I'm pretty sure. Used two separate cables, not the split cable, right? But why? Like, I did not know about this. I just saw this the other day. Can this be the reason? It might be, right? It's risky because there may be many unexpected surges in demand by the GPU that causes both ports to instantaneously demand more current. These demands in current may exceed the rating on the single port on the power supply. Right, so there is so the single port can only give you so much power basically, and if you do the separate cables, then you can give more power. Most PSUs have a 12 volts in a single solder blob, so this is the one, right? What is the single volt? A single one. This is the connectors. What is this? What am I supposed to look at? 12V 0.3. I don't know what that even means. But yeah, maybe I should try that. Is it actually difficult? Hold on. What if I do it while the PC is running? Do you think it's going to be okay? Let me take a look. All right, just kidding, just kidding. Let's go back to minicast. I'll try to do it. I'll try to remember. It's just like so lazy. Like I have like the like what do you call it? The tower itself, right? It's not like the normal ATX, but like I think it's called the mini ATX, and like the cables are like I think like when I was screwing the wall of the tower, like it's literally like pushing the cables into like the other into like the wall. If I open it up, it's going to be so annoying to close it then. All right, I should probably like get the dust out of it though. It'll be fine. We closed it before. Yeah. It was a pain. I'm like, I don't know. I kind of want to get a new PC, but I don't know. Seems like a waste of money. And I'm streaming instead of working to get more money. All right, let's do the trips in minicast here. Let's call this the trip. Yeah, so I was looking into this thing. What do we do in C if I have type def enum A, which has like A and B, right? Does this even work? It does not, because this is the redefinition of A with a different kind of symbol, and the previous definition is literally over here. So like this should be the unique name. We should instead say AA, and we should say BA, AB, right? That's like one of the things that we should do immediately. And then, but if I did not do that, and if this is like enum1, right, and we still call it A, and we still call this B, and then we say like type def enum A and B, and this is going to be enum2, and this still is not supposed to work, right? Because this is the redefinition. Okay. You cannot have this namespace in C. I know, annoying, but okay. So this just means that I need to compile it differently, though. It's okay. Enums are global in C. Yeah, annoying. But anyway. So what we need is we need to create the new trip, and this right now doesn't compile because we have the not specified how to make the variants over here, right? So we have the variant. We need to say the enum thing. So I guess what we're going to do is we're going to have the enum variants named like as the type underscore name, right? That should solve the problems. But let's just say enum variant name. We need to have the type and the name of the variant, right? And this should give me the name, and we return the expression is that some identifier. And what else do we need to spend? I think so, right? Yep. Okay. So when we type define the enum, so we are pushing back the identifier of the variant, but this should not be it. This should not be it. This should instead be, and this is the definition. I want to have the type. Okay. Well, the type is just named name, right? So that's easy, actually. Instead of this variant, we're going to say enum variant name of the type named name. And the variant is this. So then we say enum variant name. This is a thing takes the enum type, which is a type, and then the variant name, which is a string, and this should return the identifier. We need to print the type name of the enum type. And then write the underscore. And then write the variant. Ident variant name. This makes it a proper C identifier, just in case. Actually, I don't even need that. We're just going to say right name, because so we construct a string like this, and then I just return the identifier. And this is making sure that it's a proper C identifier. Potentially. Okay. And then we also have the enum is. And then we also have the lambdas, which are not working, but I think lambdas is not... We're going to try to make it work without the lambdas for now. I feel like lambdas is not that easy. Can you make a local enum by using keyword static and C? It makes it local to the file, right? Not to the scope. So it doesn't really matter because I'm creating a single C file anyway. So the local is a global thing anyway. For me, I suppose. And then enum is me like comparing the things, right? Let me see inner types. Enum is enum and variant. Okay, so this has enum enum expression and variant. So this would just be, I need to calculate the enum expression, right? I say like pure this. This should be return expression. So we need to create the expression. Expression in CAST. Do we have the equal? Or like, yeah, we need to have a new expression, which is equality expression, right? Yeah. Equal. And equal is just comparing two expressions. Expression 1 and expression 2, right? Like this. What's the priority of the equal expression compared to these things? It's lower than the priority of the field and the application and the reference and the reference. It's actually something like 5, something like 50 maybe here, it seems. Okay. So when we print the expression, which is the equal AB, we need to print expression A with minimum priority being 51, I guess. We're going to print B with minimum priority being 51. And then we write the equal sign, right? There we go. And then when we do this, we return the expression which says equal, right? So me calculating the enum expression should be equal to the identifier, which is enum variant name of the enum expression type with the variant name, right? I think that's all that I need to do. But of course, I made some mistake somewhere, and it's not going to compile first try, right? Or is it? No. Okay. It never works first try for me, unfortunately. It's variant. Okay, that was the only error though. So that's good. All right, let's try now. Okay, let's take a look at the code that I've generated, right? So minicast main, the new trip returns the trip kind empty, right? So this is the enum trip kind. Oh, I forgot about the double space on the enum. It doesn't really matter much, but you know, enum. Yeah, there's like 2 spaces here. Let's get rid of it. And same goes about the unions, it seems. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so we need to create the new trip. The trip is something that should support 2 operations: the the splitting the trip and the joining of the trip, right? Okay, so splitting the trip is we have the trip trip team, right? And we will so we need to like have a something that, oh wait, but this actually requires the lambdas. Oh no. Okay, I think maybe we do try to support the lambdas, or maybe like at least, yeah, no, I don't know, it's a little bit complicated. Do you think it's difficult to do the lambda when I'm transpiling to C? I need to figure out all of the things that are being captured. Actually, it's probably not that difficult, is it? We can say though for now that we're going to split at index, you know, because this is a more specific version of split, which splits at the index, which is int, I guess, and it moves everything that is less than the index into the left subtree, and everything that's greater than that into the right subtree, right? So this is the function that returns trip split t, because I don't think we want to actually have the tuples here, right? It's a simple language, we don't want that. Join function, join is going to be a to doom. And I kind of want to have like the namespaces too. In this language, I think, because split at index, this is split trip, you know. Maybe this should be like trip new. Is that how you write C code? Actually, you have the type and then you say like trip new, trip split an index. Like that's how you do the method, right? And trip join. And this would be like the associated type, which is trip data, trip kind. Sure. Let's try that. I think it's easier to write the join though first. So let's see. We want to join the something that's on the left, basically, which is a trip. Something that's on the right, which is a trip, and it's going to return the new trip. Okay. So first of all, if one of them is empty, then we are not going to bother and return the other one immediately, right? So if left kind is equal to empty, then wait, we don't have returns, right? Well, I mean, we do have the unwinds though, right? We have unwindable function, so we can like unwind function with right. I can do that. Sure, that's basically the return. if right kind is equal to empty, then unwind function with left. Okay, now that both left and right are not empty, now we can actually access the data. Otherwise, it's undefined behavior to access the data, I guess. So say, so in every node of the tree, we need to store the priority of the specific node, which is going to be an int, right? So we're going to say that if left priority is greater than right priority. Now, obviously, we don't have the greater, so we need to say if greater int, right? Okay, this is going to be so annoying to write. Should I have the... I don't know, like, 18 syntax sugar is not that difficult, but at the same time, like, do I want to support that? Maybe we can have some, like, I don't know, some simpler macros instead. I don't know. But even if we do the syntax sugar, we need to infer this generic argument, which is another thing that we could do, but I'm not doing yet. All right, if left priority is greater than right priority, then we are going to make the left the root of the tree, right? And we're going to attach. We're going to instead say that left data left data dot right is going to be equal to trip join the left, right, and right. And that's it, basically. And then we just return left. So left is the new root of the tree. Otherwise, we're just going to instead say that right, left is join the left, and right, left, and then we return the right. That's all. Have you ever programming while listening to the Russian anthem? No. Did you? Have you? No, but you will try. I think you will write some glorious code. Вперед, товарищ! Вперед! All right. I know I have, says Pigorle. Have you? Or do you mean that you have done it to the... Or do you mean the Russian anthem, literally? It boosted your code. Makes sense. Does it? I don't know. I prefer to listen to the silence when coding. As you have noticed, maybe, we don't have any music here. You listen to Red Alert through soundtrack and that fuels you. I've never played Red Alert. What are we talking about? I don't know. I know. You want to talk about something else? What should we talk about? I prefer playing games without the music too, by the way. At least like when I'm not streaming. I guess like when I do stream playing a game, I do put the music on. But normally I turn the music off. And you know why? That's because I usually put some streamer on the other monitor. Like Pigorli. When is Pigorli's next stream? Pigorli has a beautiful voice that we could listen to while playing a game. Hmm. And when we initialize, okay, so we have two ways to create. We have the trip empty, right? This is the way to create the empty node, but we also want to have the trip, which is a singleton, which has this single value of type t, right? This is a trip t. So this would be the kind is like node basically, and data is. What do we have here? We have the value, we have priority, and we have left, which is going to be okay. So we need to have a way to. So this should be an optional reference, right? There should be an optional reference. Who shouted me out? I'm not gonna tell you. You were not here when you were shouted out, huh? Why did you leave? You left me, Pigorli. You just left me. I was alone. You're in the meetings? Okay. So normally this would be just a pointer and the null pointer, but do we want? Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's okay, right? We can have the null pointer, I suppose. But at the same time, we kind of should not. So like when I'm compiling from cast to minicast, we would actually have the option, right? So we need to have option, which is, option is a struct, which has value, which is a boolean, right? And then the actual value is t. So accessing the value would be undefined behavior if we don't have value, right? Right. So, and this then would be not a box. This would be optional box strip t, right? Okay, this looks like Rust now, kind of. If you ignore the unions and uninitialized. Oh, we don't have the unions actually here. So left is going to be option none, I guess. We're going to have a function which is the constructor of the none variant, and right is okay, and we don't have the shortcuts, which needs to have values value. Priority is to do, I guess. Right is option none t this. Oh wait, no, it's wait, what? Yes. Huh? Wait, what? We have the empty trips already, right? This is already like an option. Which means that this should just be a reference. Then. But that would mean that We need to allocate the left and right subtrees already. Boom, 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 boom. There's a new Metro game coming out. Yes. Are you excited for it? You love Metro? So what's the Metro about? Like, is it a story game? That's what I understood from the previous conversation with Thano. It's just a story game. Inspired by a book. Did you read the books? I don't like reading books, I'll be honest. And I don't like playing games with stories. Hello, Zent. Do you like reading books? I mean, I do like reading books in like Project Zomboid, for example. That's pure gameplay. In that game, the best gameplay that ever existed in any game is reading books in Zomboid. It's after nuclear war set in Moscow, where everyone lives in the metro because the Earth is bombed. Right. The story isn't gameplay, the atmosphere is brilliant. Boop, 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 boop. Reading books is very good if you don't have electricity. Well, since you guys are on stream, I am assuming you have electricity. And so do I. So I was just wondering, like we are making basically the binary tree data structure, right? Here. But I kind of want and like the way I was doing it previously in my actual cast is that the tree itself might just be empty, right? Yeah. So we have it either empty or not empty. Which technically means that the tree is an optional node, right? And the left and the right subtree, as we can see over here, there should be also optional references to other nodes, right? So should this be the trip node? And the left and right are optional boxed trip nodes. But then we want to treat the optional box trip node as actually the... the trip itself. Right, because left and right should actually be the trips. Okay, I think it means that we actually maybe we have the trip and this will be like is empty. Right? Which is boolean, which is basically means that it's an option, but it's like a custom option, right? And then the node, which is there only if it's not empty, is going to be behind a box, which is okay, I suppose. A box of trip node, right? Maybe that's what we do. And then we don't need the trip kinds, we don't need the enum even. And the option is not used. This is like a custom option. Sure. So we don't say, if it's empty, we just say that is empty is true. And we say that node is uninitialized. That's fine. And then we do the singleton. We say is empty is false. And we say that the node is this. Right? Value is value. Left is going to be trip empty, right? And this is going to be also trip empty. There we go. That makes sense. Now, priority is just going to be a random number. So I kind of want to say... Let's just do a native here for now. We're just going to do the random. Wait, how do you do the random in C? Rand. In stdlib.h. From 0 to rand max inclusive. They're using an in-house engine and not Unreal Engine 5. That alone is a good sign that the game is in good hands. Right. Why are we writing C? I'm just testing. I am transpiling to C though, so that's what we're doing. Let's just have it here. Random random int, right? Let's let go somewhere, you know, like random int is a function returning int, and this would just be native rand, right? And we need to like make sure that we are including the stdlib.h. I'm going to use a boem for the GC. I don't know. I was like trying to like look into the field C. So instead of using the GCC or Clang, we might just use that instead. Like, I need to like understand the field C a little more. Like in the future, like the final goal would be to not use the GC at all, but to rely on the borrow checker, right? But I don't want to be debugging undefined behavior. I want instead something, right? That is like easier to debug. And as far as instead, field C is the C compiler that is not having any undefined behavior, which is doing the runtime checks instead. So that would be nice. I could, of course, include the runtime checks myself in the generated C. That would be another possibility. But that's more difficult, I guess. Maybe. Instead of like using the already existing tool to do that. I mean, we could also just use like val grinds and stuff like that, but they don't catch everything, as far as I understand. I've used them a little bit before. All right, I'm writing a trip. You guys like trips? I like trips. It's a binary tree and a heap data structure. Just to test the minicast here. So it's a randomized data structure which makes the nodes to be higher, closer to the root based on the priorities, which are randomized, which leads to like amortized logarithmic, or no, not amortized, right? Like on average, it's logarithmic depth of the tree as a result, basically. The expected depth of the tree is logarithmic, I guess, is what we should say. T is not found because trip join should be generic over T. Could not find a template named new trip. Yeah, because this should be like trip empty, right? Trip node is a template, not a type. Trip node t, right? Expect expression got true. Wait, what? True? I have not implemented trues yet, apparently. Okay, let's implement that real quick. Since it doesn't have a true type without a library, I'm using the std bool. I'm using std bool, which is a library, right? But we could like compile it into 1 and 0 anyway, even if it was not existing. Nah, but it's better to like transpile to using that instead. Where am I trying to go here? Over here, right? I need to have like, and say true and say false. It's just something that returns the parsed expression, right? Can I just say over here that this is returning the type is boolean and type is expression. So it's going to be a literal boolean true or boolean false, right? There we go. I can just inline it here, I think. Am I compiling the literals in the C backend though already? I think I do. Yeah, we do. I'm pretty sure. So this works. I should like write it down though. The bow AHM. Is this like the most popular? What is that? C. Christopher Bohm. Bohm GC. Conservative garbage collector for C and C++. The initial release 38 years ago. Is that the best one or something? I mean, I guess it doesn't like really matter. Let me see how this looks. You just say the GC malloc, and then you say GC malloc atomic. And you say GC realloc. Supports explicit deallocation via GC3. This example is not very good. Like, how am I like supplying the field of an object? You know? Or is it only for allocating the memory like You just use GC malloc instead of malloc. So like it doesn't like actually track who owns what, right? But if wait, what? No, I don't understand how this works then. How does it track? How does it decide to deallocate the memory though? It will figure it out for me, like based on how I put this stuff into the data structures. It actually looks at the type definitions for me. Is it like a post processor that like processes the compiled C code or something? This seems like magic to me. What? I mean, if it is that easy, then I should use it, right? Because then it's very easy, I guess. It's just a stack for pointers. It will scale the memory of other GC malloc. How does it check the stack for pointers? Though that's that's a question. When does it check it? Right? What is this? Or GC malloc is a macro, I guess, right? So like it walks the stack. So but what if there is just some random data on the stack which would look like the garbage collected pointer, right? How does it distinguish between some random data and this stuff? So it doesn't check like just the stack as the raw like byte, right? It won't fall in the range of the things it has allocated. Oh, wait, what? But it can. Like I can like there literally could be a pointer. Like there could be literally some random data which looks like a pointer which looks into these things. Which like on accident points into the range of things it has allocated, you know? What then? I mean, I guess the chances are pretty low, but if something bad can happen, then it will happen. That's just the law, right? But I guess if it does happen, it's no big deal because the worst case is just won't deallocate it, right? So it's just whatever. It will just like click some memory, which is okay, I guess. But there is a very small probability that you will just have some random data, and like if that pointer that it will not deallocate just holds a huge amount of RAM, then you will leak a huge amount of RAM potentially, right? But there is also the explicit deallocation via GC3, which is also nice, I guess. But or is it this? Well, I mean, I would assume that this means that like using the data would be undefined behavior after that, right? Just like after using the regular free. You can prevent this by using GC malloc atomic. And malloc atomic means what? Website. Is it won't scan the block of memory you're allocating? Say it's an array of number. This is interesting. Like the way it like works with basically you just change the malloc into GC malloc, right? And that's it. That sounds really good. And easy to use, I guess. And since I'm not freeing the memory right now, that's what I should use, basically. So that way we will clean the memory. Right? Garbage collector may be used as a leak detector. You've done testing. It's roughly faster than Firefox's GC, but slower than Chrome's GC. Firefox and Chrome have their own implementations. Where's the documentation Frequently asked questions. Does this mean that the collector might leak memory? Yes. But it's unlikely, though not impossible, right? That's literally the question that I asked, right? I wrote a test program which allocates objects and registers finalizers for them. Only a few or no objects are finalized. What's wrong? Really nothing. Finalizer only executes all the following can happen before the process the just garbage collector runs. Blah 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 blah. So you have the finalizers, which we don't care about, I think. Dynamic memory allocation in C++ is the student killer in college. Just yesterday, 6 out of 50 students passed the exam. Yeah, I'm actually like wondering why do I mean, like, teacher issue? Is it? I don't know. I feel like teaching C++ is wrong. I think even teaching C is wrong as the first thing. As much as I hate like Python and JavaScript, I think those languages are much better for learning purposes of learning programming. You first need to like understand how to write programs, and then you go into the low-level details. Because you are going to be Python is usually the first language that is taught. I don't know, like I remember that we were taught Pascal as the first thing. But in the university they were teaching C. They were not teaching Python, no. C++ specifically, not even C. C++ is the first language that a lot of people that I know have learned. Just raw dog assembly. Yeah. Python is the first, but it spoils the students because, yeah. No, I do agree that Python spoils, but at the same time, like, I mean, like, it is still better than starting with C++. And the reason is like you want to be like when you are learning, you're making mistakes, right? And like C and undefined behavior, and when you make the bugs like that, it's just not like you want these mistakes to be caught, right? You don't want your program to do some random magic bullshit. I would say that it partially is. The exam required a deep copy of abstract object, but we didn't get deep copying yet, and the struct was full of char ptr arrays, and the problem is that we were past structs that had immutable char arrays. It's hard to teach because most don't teach how to use a debugger. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think if there is a you just need something that gives you the like that catches the error like instead of undefined behavior, right? As like undefined behavior is important for performance, but for learning purposes, it's important to catch the errors, right? You have a ubsan for that. What's ubsan? Sanitizer, but fast runtime undefined behavior detector. I never used this thing. Is this the new? I never used it. I mean I don't know about this, but I guess it's because I don't really use C. But the reason I was not using C is because mostly of the undefined behavior. I was also doing the D language, and I remember that I moved out of the D language because it was like seg faulting in debug builds too. Like I just don't. It's so old now. ASN is also very nice. Nobody tells them about this. Yeah. So will it catch all of undefined behavior or only some of it though? Right? It instruments the binary as compile time to detect bugs like numpoled references, integer overflows, misaligned pointers, and out of bounds rate indexing. Seems like a, good thing. There's also fsanitize minimal runtime to reduce the overhead, which I guess what it like catches less undefined behaviors. Enable all supported checks, right? So it's just a question how many checks are there. Ideally, I just want a zero undefined behavior, basically, right? When I want to check for correctness. But yeah, it's good that this is there, right? This means that I don't really need to like to do the instrumentation myself. You won't get that even with field C. Well, I mean, you will not prove the correctness, but you will prove that you have not encountered the undefined behavior, right? If you have not encountered the undefined behavior, doesn't mean that you will never encounter it, right? Yeah. Just use f sanitize address and undefined. Well, I mean, undefined just does all supported checks, right? So do we even need to have the address? Anyway, just include asan address sanitizer. What is asan c? Address sanitizer. Runtime memory detector. Use called shadow memory. For every 8 bytes of application memory, it allocates 1 byte of shadow memory to track the health of that address. It places rand zones, poison memory, around allocated blocks. Makes sense. Compared to older tools like Valorant. Oh wait, Valorant is considered old now? Okay. So what are you supposed to use instead of Valgrind? Just use the asan? So you don't even need to use the Valgrind anymore? Is that right? You just do some flags on the GCC and Clang, and that's it, right? What about like detecting memory leaks and stuff? Is that also built into the GCCs? I said includes the leaks, Sen. Nice. All right, what was I doing? I have the okay. Looks like my program works. All right, so what we want basically is I want to create basically we are going to use the trip to have the list of integers, for example, here, right? So we don't have a 4. So let's do let's do this. Let's I be equal to 0, and then we do a loop. Okay. Unwindable loop. Like this. Unwindable loop. Okay. Unwindable is a difficult keyword to write. I is at int I1, right? If less int I. No, if I mean, yeah, sure, if it's less than 10, then we do something. Otherwise, I'm going to break, which means unwind a loop with nothing. Looking at the code and finding the source of the segmentation faults yourself is wasting your time. Yeah. When learning. Yeah, I do think that that's true, and I'm pretty sure that that is how, and that is literally like, like what was happening when we. Well, I mean, I wouldn't include myself because I already knew how to program when my classmates were learning C++. That's what I was witnessing. Yeah, you just stare and you don't understand shit. That's how they teach. Well, I mean, the classmates were pretty dumb too, so it's not just a teacher issue, but I think there is definitely an issue with how it is being taught. Boom, 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 boom. So if it's less than 10, right? Should I have the like some sort of a syntax sugar for this? I think not, actually. It is a little bit of a pain, but this is not a language that's supposed to be written by hand. So we don't, even although supporting this would be easy, we still don't want this, I think. Like the only thing to consider would be some simplistic macros, but even then, I'm not sure. Unless it's like really easy to implement. The macro, like what we like the way we are doing it in Kast, right? We just implement syntax, you know, for like identifier in, you know, like A to B, right? Do body, and this over here is like supposedly a function that creates the new AST, right? But we can have something more like declarative, similar to the Rust macro rules, I guess. Like the simplistic case is where you return the AST directly, and that could be a simpler solution, I guess. You know. So then over here we would just like replace the ident with the AST. I don't know. I could do that. I could. It is not that difficult, I guess. And we just parse the macros. I'll think about it. Okay, if int is less, like, but those macros would not be like hygienic and everything. I guess we don't want that complexity, and we don't want to be able to run any like any code. We don't want compile time evaluation still. So it's like a specific functionality. All right. Anyway, I want to say that a is equal to trip join a and trip singleton with the value being I, right? That's what I want. Let's see if this works. Unable to infer the type, of course, and to say that this is an int. Int doesn't have kind, right? Because it's not kind, it is instead is empty. Now, I don't know, what's better, the boolean or the enum? I think it's okay. Left data priority. Left node priority. Right node priority. It's not dot data. It's dot node now. Reference doesn't have fields. Right, because this is a reference, so we need to dereference it. Bum, 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 bum. Like that. Box cannot be used as a record, right? Because this is now supposed to be a reference to this thing. I say box, but we just make it a reference. Wait, this is undefined behavior immediately. Hold on. This is going to be undefined behavior now. Oh, we have signal 11 when I was running the target, which is seg fault, right? We have seg fault. Amazing. Right, so like because this is like we cannot return the reference to the local object ascend time. Let's try the ascend actually. That's good. Let's do that. So what do I need to do for this? I'm just doing clang right now like this, right? And so you're saying that we just do f sanitize address and we do f sanitize undefined. Is that the two flags that I need? Let's see what's going to happen. Okay, there we go. He left red zone. Freed. Okay, I'm not sure if this is very like you know, very noob friendly. But I guess you look at these things, right? So address is located in stack after T0 at offset 48 in frame. Memory access is inside this variable. Does it point me to like the source code though? Pass G. Yeah, the G is debug information, right? Hold on, this may be a false positive if your program uses some custom stack unwind mechanism, which I do. Although, I mean, I'm using the go-tos. It's not like... Where's the... Yeah, like the dash G is here. This is clang. Should I do the GCC instead, maybe? Here's the entire command line. How do we compile? GGDB instead of dash G. It says line 171. Is that the line? It was saying line 171 even before. It doesn't say like the source, right? But is it the line 171? Let me take a look. Compiled C line 171. It's this. Well, I mean, I think, yeah, this is correct actually, right? This is the object that I returned the reference into, which is the local. It's just weird that it doesn't point me to the file, just prints the line, right? The value 24. This is the one that I returned the reference to, which is a local one. Can I make it so, like, if I had multiple files, that would be very confusing though, right? Is it because I'm compiling a single file? Also, we have like this stack trace, or what is this? Is this a stack trace? You should show line numbers. Weird. Well, I mean, this is a line number, right? It is a line number. Technically. Let's try GCC. What are you using? GCC or Clang? I mean, I would assume that it should be the same, right? I think this is more GCC is better. Okay, let's use GCC then. It still says just line. We have 4 lines here. Inside of this variable is the thing. Shadow bytes. Shadow byte legend. I feel like I don't care about this output, or should I care about it? Like, technically, this is the good one. What if I try, like, test.c, right? What if I compile multiple C sources? And then we create the new file called test.c over here. And we just say, like, void foo. It still says just line 171. Oh, wait, look at this over here. Target compile.c132. This. So this is where I used this object, right? Specifically, I was trying to yeah, I'm dereferencing the node and getting the priority of it, right? So, and this is the this was the reference to the local variable. It doesn't say like which one exactly. It only points to the line, not to the column, which is a little bit annoying, but sure. You can also try the F analyzer flag. This option enables the static analysis on program throw, which looks for interesting into procedural. So that would check stuff at compile time instead. I think I had this. Yeah, this output was there before too. So the multi-file did not help with these lines, showing me the thing. There's this though, right? This over here, target compiled 172. This is the function, which is construct the singleton, right? So this is the function that did produce the pointer to the local variable, this one, which we were trying to read later. Oh, so okay. It's just a little annoying, I think. Right? So it doesn't show the file because I'm supposed to like go here and like then we just have the line information, not the file anymore. So these are the two file names which are important, right? The one which produced the address and the one which used the address. I just wish that this was printed as something that I could click on, you know? I like clicking to go to the thing. But this I cannot click. Annoying. Let's try this other flag too. I think the multi-file is unnecessary. Here. Let's see the F analyzer. Let's see what's going to happen then. Okay, hold on. There was some output. Use of an initialized value. Hold on. There's a bunch of things. Use of an initialized value. A return value 3. Let's take a look. Over here. Value 3. Wait, what? Uninitialized 1? I'm explicitly uninitializing this memory though. Like that's literally what I want. Is this undefined behavior though? Like what is exactly using of an initialized value? Is it because I'm reading it, because I'm copying it from like one variable to another variable? something into something, undefined behavior happens. So how do I explicitly not initialize this thing? I just need to get rid of this initializer, and then it will be fine, right? So but I cannot like create a variable which is an initialize and then put it into another data structure. That would be wrong. There is another thing that I'm doing sometimes. Sorry, here the unwinding, right? I'm literally trying to return from the current function without initializing the result value. If you look a little lower, it will write what are the conditions for the undefined behavior. Let's see. This is a single warning though, right? We have use of initialized value. Main calling trip this that region created on stack here. Capacity is 8 bytes. Yes. Use of initialized value here. I think it does not say anything about undefined. The only undefined is in my arguments. Shows in 1, 2, 3. Where? Am I blind? It's okay. It's difficult for you to write in English, I guess. It's okay. In 1, 2, 3. Well, I mean, this is event 1, this is event 2, and this is event 3 to 6. No, this is just where it happens. It doesn't say that it's going to be undefined behavior. Right? So my question is, what's the definition of undefined behavior? I need to like understand the C standard, right? Like, for example, like you can see this code that I'm generating here. Do you guys know if this is undefined behavior or not? So if I understand, so I am creating. Oh wait, maybe I need to do the same thing actually, right? I'm creating the uninitialized stuff which I want to return from the function, but this would be undefined behavior if I don't take the reference to this thing. Ascend triggers, then it's beyond undefined behavior, it's invalid behavior, right? But I want to check for undefined behaviors too, right? Because undefined is potentially going to be invalid. I mean, undefined behavior is potentially going to be like optimized away, right? So over here, if I want to return uninitialized data from the function, this is supposed to be undefined behavior, I'm pretty sure. Unless you take a reference, unless you take an address of an uninitialized data, it could be optimized out. How about I do the test C here? Let's do this. GCC. Let's do this. GCC test.c, right? With all of these things. Int main. Let's see what it's going to say about all of this. Right? So I want to say int x return x. Right? Is this because this is supposed to be undefined behavior, right? Use of an initialized value. Okay, and then we do end target compiled, right? Like this. Okay, so it seems like I'm pretty sure this is undefined behavior. But it's not catched by the UB-san, I guess. Is this UB-san? It is shown to me by the fanalyzer, though. What is this? What is this link that they give me? The code uses a variable that has not been initialized, leading to unpredictable or unintended result. It doesn't say undefined behavior here, right? In some languages like C and C++, text languages are not initialized by default. They generally lack junk data, contain junk data. An attacker can sometimes convoke in other conditions. Undefined behavior. It's like, this page doesn't even contain the undefined behavior. So where do I look for all of this C undefined behavior reference? Is there such a thing? Undefined behavior in C. This page in CPB reference. Undefined behavior means that there are no restrictions on the behavior of the program. Examples of undefined behavior are memory accesses, that. Compilers are not required to diagnose undefined behavior, and the compiled program is not required to do anything meaningful. Well, doesn't this mean that compiler is free to optimize the undefined behavior away? I'm pretty sure, right? UB and optimization. Because correct C programs are free of undefined behavior, compilers may produce unexpected results when a program that actually has undefined behavior is compiled with optimizations enabled, right? So this is either true or undefined behavior due to signed overflow. This may be compiled as returning true, basically, in this function, right? Because we don't need to check anything. Oh, it's either true or undefined behavior, right? And technically, it can do anything. Because undefined behavior is potentially going to be triggered here. Right. Yeah. But is there like a list to the things which is undefined behavior? So that I can have a reference. This just tells me what happens if the undefined behavior is present, right? I don't see anything here. So we need to like look at specific operations, right? Like it shows as an example that integer overflow is undefined behavior, right? So you found this. C99 list of undefined behavior, just a random gist. Sure. Shall or shall not requirement that appears outside of a constraint is violated. What does that even mean? Wait, this page is long. It's like 1 billion lines. And there is nothing about integer overflow on this. Why is there no integer overflow here? Because integer overflow is most definitely undefined behavior. Right? Oh, so this is just taken from here. Can I copy this? There is nothing about integer overflow here. Does this mean that this list is not, like, full? I mean, I'm just looking for overflow here, right? What about underflow? Or is it, maybe it's like written in a weird way, where like the result of the operation, right? The operand of the unary star is an invalid value. The Value of the second operand of slash or percent is 0, right? That's undefined behavior too. The what about plus? Maybe I look for plus. No, addition. Addition or subtraction of a pointer into or beyond an array object and an int. Hold on. Addition or subtraction of a pointer into or just beyond an array object and an integer type produces a result that does not point into or point beyond in the same array object. So, like, if I understand correctly this thing, by the way, then it is undefined behavior to do the pointer arithmetic, like, based on the address to the field of extract, followed by a different field. Is that right? So if you have a field, which is an array field, and you have a pointer to it, and you use the pointer arithmetic to calculate the address of a different field, that's undefined behavior. Is that right? Yeah, but like this is specifically about like this, right? Like what, like, yeah, it's undefined behavior if the result is not mathematically defined or in the range of the representable value, right? Yeah, so it is undefined behavior, but I want like a list of the summary, and this list doesn't include it, or includes it in a weird, like spelling. Probably because of padding issues. Well, the padding is supposed to, well, I mean, technically, padding is not like the layout of a C struct is technically not specified, even although it is like, as far as I understand, it's not like really specified. So technically, if you compile with two separate compilers and you're trying to like share the memory, then it's not necessarily the same layout of a struct defined in the similar way. But in reality, that's what everyone is doing. I'm not sure how it works. So like it's so everyone is doing undefined behavior. Is that right? Is there like even a safe program in this planet, on this planet? I mean, like it just means that doing FFI with C is undefined behavior by default always, right? Like you cannot not have undefined behavior unless you only use the opaque types and you don't like. Yeah, I guess like it's not undefined behavior if you only use the primitive types basically, but using yeah, C structs is undefined behavior. Is that true, or like is that's what I have gathered so far though? You cannot even convert a function pointer to a void star. Wait, what? Why not? Wait, convert. I thought you can convert everything to a void star. Is it specified over here? Oh my god. um. Does it mean that like C is not the thing that I even like want to look into, and instead what we want is to just generate assembly directly because that's safer? Well, what about converting as like yeah, I guess it's a different one though. Then Yeah, like so like to do this safely, you need to go through the indirection of storing the function pointer instead of struct, and like the hand then like reference that struct, convert that to void star. That would be safe then, right? This is a big list. I should probably like read it at least once. Okay. So I mean, the question that I have is, I don't know. I mean, if it works, then it works. So like, am I doing nothing wrong yet in this program? What if I do? What if I do O3, right? Jar is unsigned on ARM64, except Apple and Windows. So what is this page that we got it from? What is port70.net even? What even is this? Is this the specification of the C language? What is that? It's committee draft from 2007. What about the current though? Right? Maybe is there more undefined behavior or less undefined behavior in the current standards? This is C99. I kind of want to wait. Why is C99 from 2007? I thought it would be from like 1999. C23 has more. C++ though is reducing undefined behavior. Yeah, I've seen that. Right? I'm pretty sure that in modern C++, like the order of the evaluation of the function arguments, and like the order of evaluation is specified now, and like unlike before. For example, C23 spec. Where's the spec? The latest WD. What is WD? A password protected zip archive. See this. The password is available from the convener if you can confirm you're part of the ISO global directory. Wait, so like the spec is not free for everyone to read? Is that right? You need to buy it? Ew. I guess I'll leave with undefined behavior. It's fine, right? In practice, it's going to be fine, right? We're just going to catch the issues with these tools. You can only read the last proposition before the official one. I see. So I mean, yeah, you can read the drafts, right? Or something. Like you can read something old, basically, right? Or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's ignore all of these issues. Let's assume that our program is perfectly safe, right? We have this thing, which technically shows us the issues. Well, I mean, I kind of like maybe want to actually fix these ones, right? I'm thinking, what if I have a reference to the uninitialized here, uninitialized one, right? Will this still be catched by the fanalyzer? That's the question. GCC. It does still, right? Well, I mean, it is still uninitialized, which is correct. What if I just don't do this, though, right? Allocate tap on the stack. This returns local object, right? This should be just removed. Okay. It's not used. So, like, so what's the difference, right? In both cases, I'm not initializing the data, right? In both cases, I'm not initializing the data. In one case, though, I'm explicitly like saying that it's not initialized, and in the other case, I'm just not initializing it. Maybe I can generate the code which like gets rid of this and just doesn't initialize this stuff. That would probably be okay. I probably could do that. Let's ignore this for now, though. I want to make some progress on my trips, right? So we have this issue over here, right? Wait, what? No, not here. Wait, I am here? This is that I'm currently unwinding. Wait, what? This is not even correct. Wait, this point, stack use after return. Memory offset is inside of this variable. So what about... Wait, is this old code? I have a feeling that VS Code is showing me the old code. Oh, over here I have the stack trace. Look at this. Right? This is where this is the stack trace with the lines. Nice. Right? This is just the stack trace where I was reading the thing, and this is where I have created it. Yeah. VS Code for some reason showed me the old version of this file. It did not update it automatically. I mean, this is the ignored file, but it's supposed to still look for the file system changes and reload the file, right? Okay, well, we already know what was happening. I'm returning a reference to the local variable. I knew it before it happened. We were just investigating these tools. So what we want instead... over here, right? I'm literally returning reference to the object that I'm constructing here, right? So what we want instead is to have this on the heap, right? So I'm not even going to create the reference. I'm going to do what? I'm going to first allocate this thing on the stack, right? On the heap. Allocate. Allocate type on heap. called T. No, not T. We're allocating the trip node T. Let node is this, right? And then I say that node is that, and then we return the node, right? And this should work. And it cannot be used as record. Oh wait, right, because this is giving me the void star, but we need to convert it to cast it into the trip node of T, like that. Okay. Okay, we still have the problem. What is this? Oh, it's just a memory leak? No, memory leak is fine, right? We don't care about memory leaks. I just never deallocated this. But since we are looking into the memory leaks and everything, yeah, memory leaks are fine. I kind of want to try this other thing, which was the garbage collector. What was it called again? The Bohem. Like, instead of worrying about it, how about Bohem GC, right? We just install this thing. Okay. So can I just say that in my runtime, we say allocate type on the heap, right? Instead of including this, and instead of doing that, we're actually going to say, so it's literally like we literally are supposed to replace the malloc with something else. With overview. We just do gc malloc, and that's it. Right? And we need to include gc.h. In case of the multi-threaded code, gc.h should be included after thread's header file. Okay. Okay, I'm not sorting my headers, but like I didn't think about the fact that the header order in C makes sense, like makes a difference. Undefined reference to gc malloc. I need to link with it too, right? Just file. We need to link with it. Is it just LGC? Code must be linked against the GC library. It's just the GC, right? Yeah, just LGC. I think should work, right? Okay. And it did not detect the memory leaks. Seems like these sanitizers also work. The reference are possibly null malloc. Oh, right, because I'm not checking the fact that malloc returns. I'm not checking the fact that malloc. Also, this is a malloc, by the way, right? Which I should replace. And this is not counted as a leak, by the way. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not checking that malloc is returning the non-null, right? Malloc. Where am I doing the mallocs right now? Oh, I'm literally doing the malloc. Um, allocate array. Let's have this function in the standard library. This is allocate list also. I want to have something like allocate array. Right, which should this be t? So it's like element size and length is what I want. Right, and this will return the pointer to the element, kind of. And this over here data, this would also allocate array of t type info stride length. So allocate array would be the wait, why am I not using the allocate list here, by the way? Well, I mean, we should not allocate at runtime anyway. We should have the constants here, but whatever. Like, why am I not allocating it? Oh, because this requires, because allocating the list requires me to have the type info, right? And this is something that we don't have. That makes sense. Which, um, let's have allocate array, um, ah, do I want to do something here? Right, because I think over here we just say allocate array of this, because this is generic, right? This would just do the length, and allocate array. This just is going to do the malloc, right, of the size, which is going to be, well, we will need to have the t-type info here, right? And over here we say t-type info stride, and we multiply that by the length, and that's what we return. Okay, this should be like something like, okay, I will keep this to be malloc. Actually, it's okay. Yeah. What about the alignment of the stuff that is allocated with the GC malloc? Is there GC malloc? There's also atomic, right? Allocates n bytes of storage, requires amortized time proportional to n bytes. The resulting object will automatically be allocated when unreferenced. The client promises that the resulting object will never contain any pointers. Oh, okay. It just needs to be not containing the pointers. Uncollectibles. Identical GC malloc, except the resulting object is not automatically deallocated. Unlike the state provided malloc, the collector does does scan the object for pointers for garbage collected memory, even if the block itself does not appear to be reachable. GC real log, GC free, right? Like it doesn't have anything about the alignment, which I'm assuming then that if we search for alignment, there is no references to the word alignment here. But I would assume it's only like it's safe for everything with like fundamental alignment or something, right? And we shouldn't worry about it until we will have to, which might not happen. GCmalloc. I'm just going to do GCmalloc here too. It's okay. Okay, let's work on the actual like program. How about that? So we have this, and then so we're creating the trip, which contains the integers from 1 to 10, from 0 to 9, right? And then I want to like, I want to print, I want to say trip, print. Let's just say print my trip A, right? So we have trip, print trip. This is the function that takes trip events, right? How would I even make a generic printing? I don't think I can. For that we would need some associated things to the types with metaprogramming. Well, I mean, yeah, like how do you do this in C technically? In C you don't, right? I have something similar to C++ in minicast here. These are just templates which are instantiated, right? And in C++, but in C++ you would have to look for a specific overload. But I don't want to have overloads for functions actually in this language. I don't want to use the overloading. You could also do it with methods instead. So like, but this means that I need to have methods. OCaml does it by passing the print explicitly, which is another solution, of course. But that means that we need to support the lambdas, which I don't do yet. Well, I guess we technically don't need the lambdas, actually. I just need to be able to pass the pointer to the functions, right? Which is simple, which does not need. So okay, fine. Let's do this. Trip print is a generic over t, trip t, and then like print t, I guess. Not necessarily. Not necessarily what? Not necessarily lambdas. Yeah, because this can be a function in this case, right? I can say trip print a with like print int. There we go. Printf checks at compile time if you properly match the passed arguments. Yeah. Just like the printf. But you cannot do this with custom types. If you do a custom type like a trip, then you to the print formatting, you would need to pass the thing, which is the printer explicitly, even if you use the formatting in OCaml. It is very annoying, in my opinion. I don't like OCaml. Another reason why I don't like OCaml, I would prefer to use the type class solution in like Haskell, but this over here is the minicast, right? It's not Kast itself. This is supposed to be a simpler language, which is different, right? So I don't want to support traits type classes here. I'm not doing even generics, right? In the main cast, I don't have the templates. I have generics instead, which are type checked once. But in the minicast, we are doing the solution from C++, where you only type check when you instantiate your generic code. Because that is a lot simpler. Right? In case you were thinking that... Well, I mean, yeah. I'm basically working on two languages. The main language is supposed to like have a lot of features, and this one is supposed to be really simple. So like as you see over here, I iterate over the loop by having I don't even have operators, right? So comparing is just a function, and I think I will not support the operators. I only want to support the bare minimum. Technically, we could do it without templates too, but I think templates are so simple to implement that they are worth it. And they give me the monomorphization automatically, basically, if I transpile to templated code. So this would be a function from T to unit, right? Yeah. So over here we say that if trip is empty, I guess I want something like print trip like impl here, right? Because I will want to first print the print string, or maybe I do string print. What's better? And this would be like int print, right? So string print is just a function that takes the string and then just does the printf %s s contents like this, right? So I'm going to print like the opening, and then I'm going to print the closing one. I think for some reason VS Code is trying to match these parentheses, and it's not doing it. Is that an issue with my extension somehow? Like it was not trying to do that before. That's weird. And print t should be called tprint then, right? So this prints the print contents, basically. Let's just call it impl. It's okay. Also, I want the to not have the trailing commas, probably. So this means that I want to also have some state here, saying that if this is the first or not. Ideally, I would write like a recursive closure there, but that's probably not that easy. So we say first is true here. So we say if trip is empty, then we are going to not do anything. Which I guess means that we need to do if not trip is empty, which means that we need the not. Right? Not is a function from boolean and to boolean, which is going to be just native not b like this. If this is not empty, then we will only do something. And something is, so we need to print t, and t is going to be trip node value, right? But then we also need to trip print impl Maybe this should be a reference actually to a boolean, right? Can I have a reference to a temporary variable in C? Like that? I'm not sure if I can. If it's like passed this into the function argument, I think we might have to do the if we store a reference to something, then this must be an actual like value, right? An actual variable. So we want to print trip node left and right. First, this tprint. And then print the right subtree and do that. And then over here we say that if first, then I'm going to say that first is false, but otherwise we just string print a comma like this. Okay, and then the int print, right, is int. This would be a native printf %d x. And I want to print the /n, I guess, after all of that. So this is not going to work. It says expected scope. Where? Oh, I think, yeah, I think right now I actually require the function arguments to be surrounded with parentheses. Maybe I can lift that requirement. Seems like something unnecessary, right? This needs to be surrounded with parentheses. And then also, I'm pretty sure trip print impl is a thing. Yeah, I need to explicitly instantiate right now. T. Okay, so we have a non-exhaustive pattern matching because I'm trying to compile the function type, right? So the question is, how do we represent the functions in C, right? Because this takes a function to print. So in function pointers. And I think in the future, this will also be not just the function pointer. Like I will want to have the closures in this language, I'm pretty sure. So this may be a closure too, right? So it is a function plus pointer to data, right? It's supposed to be a fat pointer. Maybe I will want to make the distinction if we want it to be the low-level language, but for now we don't. But it still means that I need to do something. So first of all, how do you define the functions, right? You say type def like void. So it's a pointer to the function, which takes a bunch of arguments, right? Int arg1, int arg2, right? That's how you define the type for the function. Can you inline it though? Can you have the void foo, which takes f, which would be of type, without naming for arguments? Yeah, these names are optional. Yes, that's true. The names are optional. You can have them, you don't have to. It doesn't matter. So if I have the thing here instead, what do I just do the same? Void star f int. Does this work as an argument? But I want the type to always be on the left. That's how I'm doing it right now. So we want to say like f. Wait, does this even work? It does. You can say ff here. Yeah. Okay. Which means that I want to have a type def for every function. Can you say type def this? No, because like that's what it's showing me over here. The the language server. I would like to say this instead. No, you cannot. Okay. It's a little bit of a weird syntax, but okay. And then we will have the type def. So this is the raw function pointer, right? And we will have the struct like closure int void, basically, right? Closure taking two integers, returning a void. Right? So that would be the void star f. So this is the actual function. Maybe I don't have the type def for this, but because I will only want to have the closures, right? And then we have the void star context, basically, right? We will have the reference to context here as the argument, by the way, for the C calling convention versus Kast calling convention. We always have the implicit context argument right now. Maybe this should be called something else. Captured stuff. And which, I guess, in case of... Wait, but then it means that since this is that, it means that the function that takes int and int should actually take the captured stuff as the argument, right? Void star. So there's like two arguments. There's the argument which is the context, which is the captured, I guess. The context argument, and then the actual arguments of the function, right? That's what we want. But can I convert the flat function to this type too? Easily. So if I have the void f, right? Int a, int b, printf %d, a plus b. So I want to, yeah. So in order to call the closure, then, I need to actually differentiate between the closures versus the actual functions, I guess. But that's doable. So we want to say like f.f with f.captured and then the actual arguments 2 and 2, right? Why is the default formatter like trying to print the function into one line if it only has a single instruction? Kind of annoying. Why would that be the default on the formatter? I'm too lazy to configure it though. So I want to call the function foo with f, and this is obviously not going to be correct. So how do we do this? Right, we want to construct the closure of int and void. Right, we say that .f is f, but this is not correct. Does it mean that for every function, in order for it to be convertible to the common closure type, I need to have a different function, which would just discard the first argument first? Is that how like languages like Rust do it? Well, I mean, you have the Dean FN. You have the trait there. And I guess the trait implementation is what is having that extra argument. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would mean that. Can I look at the compiled code? Play rust lang.org. Can we have something like function f? Let's do that, and then we and we want to have function foo, which takes the f, which is going to be I guess din fn. I guess this is the simpler version of it, and this would just call this function. Can I? Look at assembly maybe. I cannot. No symbols detected. They may have been optimized away. Is this optimized away? In debug build still? Okay. So we have the function f, which is just returning. We have the foo, which is calling the function. And the question is, what is the leak? Load effective address quad word. So the address of the function basically, or something. What is a rip? Rip. So we have the anonymous function. Am I right? There's a little bit of the runtime here. So we have the anonymous function. This one 1f0e. 1f0e. They are all 1f0e. Dot zero, I guess, right? This one. Quad. Call mut. Call once. The table shim. What is that? I need to look at who is pointing to playground F, right? Core ops function fn call. We are calling this function. Is it because I only have a single function here? Maybe. So this is the implementation of the fn trait, basically, for function f. Is that right? Which is just calling that function, basically, right? Ignoring... I don't know what this is doing. And this is the implementation of the call mut of this function. Right, so it's actually... Yeah, that makes sense. So for every function, there's actually There's also supposed to be the call once, right? Yeah, there's also the call once. There you go. Call once is. Wait, isn't this like the same label as this one, or is that not the label? Core ops function fn once call once. Anyway, right. You have like 3 implementations of the function plus the function itself in Rust. You can enable different ASM syntax. Config. I mean, I don't really do assembly much, so I guess I wouldn't really see the difference. Maybe Godbolt. No, like I'm pretty sure like this is how it works anyway, right? So and like in order to convert my function into the closure when I'm compiling it in C, right? Because this is technically a freestanding function, it's not capturing anything. We need to create a new function which is going to call that function, right? So for every function, we want to create the alternative function, right? Void f, but its closure, you know, which would take the void star captured, which we like are not capturing anything. So this can be like any undefined thing, right? And then we have int a and we have int b, and this would just call function f with int a with a and b, right? So we have this, and this is what we have. F is f, but it's closure, right? And then we say that captured is undefined. Well, I would really like if C had the explicitly undefined, uninitialized thing, instead of like just not initializing. But we don't initialize this because we don't care about it. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Isn't it? Is it undefined behavior though? I was assuming like I was just thinking if I don't set it to 0, then we save a little bit of the CPU cycles. But then reading that in order to pass it into a function, is that undefined behavior? You know what I mean? Because when we are calling foo, right, we're calling the f using the f captured. If this was not initialized, I'm reading uninitialized data. Is this undefined behavior? I think it is, right? If I don't initialize it, even although we're not using it in the implementation of this function, even although this argument is going to be ignored, I'm still reading the memory, which is the pointer itself. Right? Like the pointer itself is the memory that is initialized, which would make this undefined behavior. So I actually have to initialize it, I think, captured to be whatever. Like we don't care. It doesn't have to be 0. It can be anything. We just need to never dereference it. But yeah, I guess it should be null. Isn't this overhead initializing it? It's okay. So this is what we want, I think. Right? Because later I will do that. Should I have the native function, which is not a closure though? That's a thing to think about also. I mean, we can start with just the function pointers without the closure, since I don't do that anyway yet. Yeah, if I press null, if I press null, it's fine. Yes, I know that. I was saying if I don't initialize this at all, then something bad can happen, because it can optimize the stuff away, even although we never actually read this thing. it will contain garbage. That's not the problem though. Like I don't treat the garbage pointer anyway, right? I'm never dereferencing this pointer, but I'm passing it from one into the other function, and that is undefined behavior, I'm pretty sure, which means that the compiler is free to optimize it away. And that is the problem, not the garbage. Garbage is not the problem. I don't care. This can contain garbage, but it should be initialized garbage. Like null is technically garbage, which we don't care about. Okay. I mean, we can... Maybe it does make sense to have two separate function types, right? Does it? No, it doesn't, actually. Does it? No, let's not do that. Like, the annoying part about this is defining this, because of the way my C transpilot is working right now. I'm always doing like you know, when I'm doing the type def, for example, right? I'm just literally saying type def, the type itself, and then space, and then the name, and that doesn't work for the functions. Is there no way to like trick the C compiler into allowing the that kind of the declaration? And we need to create like a struct for every type of the closure anyway, right? So maybe... I mean, I'm trying to think where should this be defined, in minicast or just in the C directly. Maybe just in the C, actually. But it does mean that I have the type definition, after all, right? Yeah, I guess we can handle this. Type definition. Let's see the CAST, right? So we have the type definition, which can be a struct, a union, an enum, or alias to a different type, right? And now we will have the type definition, which is a function, actually. Yeah. Wait, no, I don't want the type definition. I want the type to be a function, I think. Can you have a function type which is not behind a pointer in C? You cannot, right? Can you not say just void f like this? You cannot. Field f declared as a function. You only can have a pointer. Makes sense. So we have a dedicated type called function pointer then. Which will have the args, a list of function arguments, of results type, which is a type. So the problem though is that they cannot print the type like that. Maybe we like handle printing of the thing differently. Right? Like I should not be printing the type because the type is always in some specific position. I need to print type with the identifier at the same time, right? Yeah. Like where am I printing the type? Over here with the identifier, over here with the identifier. Over here with the with this thing. Also with identifier. This is the type definition, which is different. This is me printing the type. But I'm assuming wait, hold on. Can you wait? So yeah, how do you cast to a function pointer? That would be the question, right? How do you cast to a function pointer? You like because you cannot like name the type without saying its name, right? Like can I say malloc? Malloc size of the function pointer. Wait, this works. Wait, hold on. It works like this here? There's no way. So I can specify a type like this, but only when it's inside of the size of. Is this special? Does this work even? Seems like it does. So if this is correct syntax in C, then why can I not have this as a type in other places? Kind of annoying, is it not? Can I say void star F? Oh wait, but I can do this. Wait, this is expression result. No, this is me casting things. X. This is not how you declare stuff. And this is not correct syntax. So the syntax for a function like this is only allowed in the size of. That's so weird. Okay, anyway. So basically what I'm saying is that the way to print something, you cannot just print the type in a function. You are supposed to print it together with the identifier, right? Print type. I guess let's just rename this to type with identifier. Type with. And the identifier is going to be identifier, right? So I think normally we just print this stuff and then we will also write the space and then we will print identifier, right? I think this also, although, should be optional actually. Is there like maybe sometimes there is no identifier actually, like when I'm doing the casting, right? So over here I say that if identifier is some identifier, then we are going to print the space and this. But in the case of a function pointer, it is actually different. Also, in terms of a pointer, we want the star to be near this stuff. Although in this case of a pointer, it's like not a big deal to put this star in a different place. But if we do a function pointer, args result type. So in this case, we will need to do some custom logic, which is why I will return here in the end. But first, we need to say, so we start by printing type. We're going to print the result type with no identifier, right? Wait, what if a function returns a function, right? Like, what if this returns a function? Then I would need to do what? Like, void star this. And this is not correct, right? Or do I put this in parentheses? No, this doesn't work. Like, this only works with a type def then, right? What are the actual rules of C? Why is it so difficult? I thought C is a simple language. C function pointer type. Void star f. And I'm pretty sure you're wrong. So you're saying that foo goes here, but that is... And you put this in parentheses too? Wait, what does this even mean? It means that you call foo, and then you can dereference it. Oh, that makes sense, right? It means that you call foo, and then you can dereference it. Like, because it's like the usage matches the definition idea, right? Which means that this foo returns a pointer to void. This is so complicated. I mean, I do like the idea that the usage like matches the thing, but but in this case, it is no. So I don't print the type with identifier, right? It's like how do you print the types? Oh my god. I will have to do the aliases. I'll have to do the aliases to functions, I think. Because that is only the only thing that makes it usable. which means that there is not a type which is a function pointer. We don't have the types which are function pointers. Forget about this. We will only special case. Oh my god, I should have committed the other stuff maybe first. Let me see. This is good. That was good. This is not something that I want, but this is good. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. And that is okay. And that is okay. Function pointer, we will not do that. This true false is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is okay. I should commit more often. Trip is in the works. This is okay. This is okay, and this is okay. All right. Allow to skip this. Functions. Implement enum is true, false. I think that's it. That's what we were doing here. Okay. So yeah, we don't have the function pointer type, I think. What we do instead, if we do the type, we only allow it in the definition, and then we use the alias. That would be fine for me. That's the only sane way to do it in C, it seems. So we will have the function pointer type definition, right? So this would be arguments, which is a list of types, and we have the results type, which is another type, right? Okay, so now we print the type definition, and yeah, so this over here is a little bit weird. We will need to do something custom for the function pointer, right? Args, result type. I need to. So we have the type def already. And then we will write so we need to open bracket and then do this star, right? Yeah, I think this is what we want. Then we are going to print identifier, which is the definition name. Then we want to write the closing bracket, then the opening bracket, and then with the arguments, and then the closing bracket. And then we will do the semicolon /n and return. Instead of doing that in the end. I forgot to close some parentheses here. Okay, and then we do for arg in for I arg in args iterate enumerate. If I is not 0, then we're going to write as comma. And then we are just going to print type arg. Oh yeah, also I need to print the type result type first, and after that do a space, right? Okay, I think that will work. If I do the type definition, then I can use this type definition in other places. Okay. All right, so now I'm back to that. So yeah, there we go. This is commented out. So if I have the function type, this means that I need to do it. I need to do it only if it was not done before, though, which is the annoying part. Um, yeah. Oh, but I do have the compare type, right? So yeah, that should work actually. Okay. So we need to have a context, program, right? And result. And in this context, to also have defined, no, I like function types. I guess we will have the ord map from. Let's just have the type here, I suppose, because that's what we can compare. But we will only store the function types there anyway. Into the name of the type describing this, and we will add that type to the result. So when we have the function type, let's see. I need to do we have context here? We do have context. I need to mutate it here. And to say context, function types, map, get, or init. Right? So this would be initialize function type, f type, like that, I think. And this will give me the name of the actual type. Well, I suppose this should give me the identifiers already. I have the C identifiers, which refer to this. So this just gives me the named identifier, right? There we go. So what is init function type, right? This is a function which takes the function type. Is that what it's called? Yeah, function type. We have call convention, args, and result here. And this will give me the identifier. So we want call convention, args, and result. I mean, we can generate the identifier as anything, right? New identifier function type. We could make a little bit of a better identifier, right? Based on like the arguments and the result type, like we did here, right? It's a closure int void, for example. But it's okay. Let's just return this identifier. But we need to actually construct the type, right? So we need to say context is current context. I'll say context result. What do we have in the result? What do we have? Result is just the AST program, right? And this is the CAST program, which has the types, which is a list of type definitions, right? So we just need to add the type definition. Type definition. So type definition is just name and definition, right? Definition is function pointer, right? We have args and result type is result. We're going to have the different args though. Args is C args. Result type is convert type result. I guess I don't do get or init because like I need to make sure that the type is defined before we use it. This is only when we use it. So this actually should be get. This actually should just be get. Yeah, we should get the type here actually. So I don't even care about this, I think. And then we need to unwrap. Like it must be present there already. But we initialize it in another place. Which is what we do where we need to... Okay, so we have this thing where we go over the types and make sure that they are all defined, including their dependencies. Right? Make sure everything is defined, right? There we go. So if we have... Make sure all is defined, right? So when we have a function, yeah, there we go. When we have a function, we just need to make sure that this one is defined here, and this is the type, right? So we say that, yeah, so we need to make sure that all of these is defined, and after that, we need to also initialize function type. Well, I mean, shouldn't I just have the types that are already defined versus the types that are not already defined? Yeah. Well, anyway, this is where it goes. Context. There's no context here. Context, function types. Get or init the type. And this is going to be init function type f type function type. So this is the function type. Okay, I think that works. To surround this with parentheses. Name is identifier here. Okay, now the question is, what is the C argument, right? Let's do this. C args is new this. Then we go for argument in args. Iterate, do that. So the C argument should include the what? Um, should include the context argument. Over here we have a pointer to the struct, which is the context, right? Right, over here, if calling convention is none, right? So if it's not the C calling convention, which makes it the Kast calling convention, then we need to do that. We're already doing it here. Okay. Init function type. So we need the first argument is going to be the context argument. So the C args should be added. We don't have the name for it though, right? We should just have the type. And the type would be, so I need to, like, I guess, convert the type, which is a reference to this type. This makes this the C type. Okay. If argument is, and then we go for over all the arguments, and we add the C args. Push back, just convert type, which is the argument. No, argument dot type. Or is it not? Hold on. What do I do in my... Here we have arguments. No, this is just a list of types, right? So we literally just convert type of the argument here. Okay. I think that works. So this is just doing the function pointer, not the closure yet. But fine, let's do the closures later. Let's just do the function pointers for now. How do you use it though? You need to actually have a reference to the function when you want to convert it to the thing. Like, because in minicast code, what I want is to pass the function as is, right? Not the pointer to function, not the reference to function. We just literally pass the int print here. Right? But I think we should just detect if I'm passing the function. Then that's just the function pointer instead. Right? Well, I mean, let's try just doing this for now. I'm supposed to have the completion error saying that expected a function pointer, but we got a function or something like that in C, right? Oh yeah, also I never initialize the function types, right? So I need to say over here the function types. So this should be ord map new with we have new with compare, and the compare function would be compare type. Right. So this is just ir dot compare type. Okay. That. Okay. Can find definition in scope. What's the definition? Definition calling convention. Right. So this is just the calling convention. That I need to do. Okay. Did I just run out of RAM? Okay, fine. You know what? I'm giving it more RAM. Let's give it 15 gigs of RAM instead of 10. It's fine. Boom, 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 boom. All right, that's going to take a minute. So supposedly, now let's just wait. It's okay. Over here I have the comma for no reason. Oh wait, this should not be even converted. This is literally the thing. I don't need to convert anything here. Because this is the C type pointer to the context struct. Yep. Oh, and now we have the identifier from the other. Yeah. Let's function type identifier. Or I can just make this identifier lower, and that would be fine. I would not be shadowing anything yet. Now this says that type is not a reference to type. No. Because compare type. Because compare type compares the references. I need to compare the actual types. Which is, why am I doing it like this actually? Like, shouldn't this take the other? Okay, whatever. Just say this, A, B, and then we compare type reference to A and reference to B. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, it's compiling, right? Let's see what is going to lead to. I unwrapped an on. No! I unwrapped an on. Name. There's something about the name here. Okay, maybe I should not do the unwraps unless I... Well, now that I'm thinking about it, if something is behind a pointer... It's a little weird. I need to understand where this actually is happening. This is option. This is me panicking, right? This is handling the panics. This is unwrapping. Okay. C library line 116. This one over here. I'm unwrapping here. I guess it's really the function. Well, I mean, that would make sense, right? Let's do unwrap or else. Let's do unwrap or else. Panic. Function type is not defined. Was not defined, right? Like, let's just make sure that this is what we're getting into. But it's supposed to be, right? So we are supposed to make sure that all is defined over here. But we are just not following on the references. Everything else is supposedly, like, if I'm using a function somewhere, then it should be. Oh, wait, but that's not part of the type, right? Because make sure all is defined. Oh, make sure, we need to make sure that all of the types, which are parts of the function arguments, are defined. That makes sense. That actually makes sense. So if I try to do this, it's going to say, right, that the function type was not defined yet. Okay. So what we want Make sure all is defined, right? Where am I calling this? On the type definitions. Yeah, so when I'm defining a type, I'm trying to make sure that everything is defined. But I should also do that when we are creating the function, all right? Yep. Boom, boom, boom. Yes, so add function this. So we are going over the arguments, and the results type also should be defined, right? So to make sure all is defined, argument type, right? And we need to make sure that all is defined, the definition result type also. I think that should fix it. Right, because the function is the argument to another function. We don't actually store it inside of a struct. Okay, but we have to do compare function types. Oh no. Right, because we are trying to see if this function type was defined or not. We're storing it in a map, so we need to be able to compare those. Okay. Compare type over here. This is what we want. To do compare function types. Okay. Let's do compare function type A and B. How about that? Compare function type is A is a reference to function type, and B is a reference to function type. And this should return the std cmp ordering. Okay. Now let's do this. Let's match first the A call convention and B call convention, right? So if they are none and none, and this is okay. If they are none and some, none and let's just do anything else, then we return less if we have anything and none, then we return. And if it is some A and some B, return std cmp. No. std cmp default compare of strings, right? Because these are strings, I think, A and B. So if cmp is equal and to return cmp if it's not equal. Okay, so that's the calling convention. Then we need to go over the arguments, right? Args, A args length is A args length. I have a feeling that I've done this code before. Have I not? Maybe I deleted it for some reason. If std cmp default compare of, let's just compare the lengths. That will work for those. So we need to return if they are not equal. We just need some way to compare, right? So we first check the lengths instead of checking element by element. Let's also just go ahead and check compare types, the A result and B result. Call convention, args, and result. Yeah. And then we go for I in 0 to a args length, right? Which now the lengths are equal. So we will return the equal here. But if any of the arguments is not equal, right? So they say that arg A is A args at I, and then B, and then we say that this is compare type arg A and arg B. So if these arguments are not equal, then we return CMP. Okay, I think that is the implementation of comparison for function types. Function type is not type. Because this should be B. I'm using 9 gigs already here. Oh no. I feel like at some point I will not be able to use my Bootstrap compiler because of how much memory it's leaking. We need to get rid of the Bootstrap and use the self-hosted transpiled to C stuff as soon as possible. Okay, so like I was saying, okay, so this doesn't work, right? We have a reference to true here, and this doesn't work in C. You need an L value for the reference operand. Right. I'm not sure if like should I detect that and like convert it into a variable first in C. Let's for now just say first. I would say that first is true, right? That's okay. All right. Wait, hold on. It actually compiled? Wait, is that... I thought you would not be able to do that. I thought I would still have a bug. Oh, no. Yeah, I literally say f is equal f by its closure, right? This is a function. This is not a pointer to a function. So, yeah, when you use a function, you can assign it to a pointer to a function, right? What if I say reference to f? And this is literally the same code then? This compiles and that compiles too? What if I double reference? Right. So like this reference is inserted automatically for me. I guess that's nice of C to do that. Okay, so yeah, there we go. It works. Ignore all these like warnings. That's okay. We don't have any warnings. Warnings are ignorable, right? We are printing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's what matters. Um, that's what matters here. I want to also be able to trip print as tree, you know? How about that? So this is print as list, and this is going to be print as tree. That's two different ways of printing it. Let's do the other one so that I show you the data structure that we're building. So print S3 is going to be different. This is going to be different. I also want to, though, for doing that, and I will need to do that anyway, to calculate in every node the total nodes. That's going to be an int. So when I do the singleton, I say that total nodes is equal to 1. But when I'm joining over here, since I have joined here, right? I will just say that result node total nodes is trip total nodes of the result node left total left nodes is this, total right nodes is this, and then I want to add int total left nodes and total right nodes, and then I want to also add 1 to those. There you go. So we recalculate the total nodes after merging. Which kind of I want to like update trip recalculate result trip recalculate if not trip is empty. Okay. So when I'm printing this as tree, what I want is boom, 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 boom. So we want to print the root, right? Let's do this. If trip is empty. Well, this is actually not that easy to print it, right? If I want to print it like top down as the tree. Um, you know, like we actually need to like jump to positions. It seems we could use the escape codes for that, or we could also do that in memory, maybe. I feel like okay. Let's do this. We're going to print as tree impl, right? We want to print a specific depth, I guess. Depth is int. Yeah. How about that? I want to print only a specific depth. Maybe. And this should return boolean if I have actually printed anything, maybe. Or we can like calculate the maximum depth also here. Maximum depth. Sure, why not? Maximum depth as 1. Trip node max depth is add int. I'm going to add 1 to the maximum of the trip node. Nope. And to calculate the depths first. It's going to be similar. To name it like this, I think. So instead of total nodes, we will just say max depth. And we have I mean these functions also, you know, called trip total nodes. Right, because this will say that if trip is empty, then we just return 0, right? But otherwise we say trip node dot total nodes. There we go. And similarly, we're going to do the max depth. So yeah, and then we do max depth left, max depth right, and we do the maximum of those. I think maximum is not defined either right now, so let's do maximum is t a t b t returning t. So this would be basically if less t a b than a b. Let's do if greater, if a is greater than b, then a, otherwise b. Okay, that should work. What else? What else? I'm trying to print the trip as a tree. So I'm going to do all of the depths basically. Right? So I'm going to say that depth is equal to 1, right? And then I'm going to do the loop. And I'm going to say unwindable. Function. I'm going to say that if depth. Let's do max depth is trip max depth of the trip, right? So I say that if greater, if depth is greater than max depth, then we're going to return from the function. So unwind function like that. Okay, otherwise we want to print, so we want to trip print s3 at depth depth trip t print. There we go. At depth. Okay, so now I know the depth, right? Now I know the depth. Right? So I wanted to say that if depth is equal to 1, well, if depth is less than 0, then we just don't do anything. Or I mean, rather, if depth is equal to 1, so if this is the depth that we want to print, basically, right? Then I want to do the offset of the things on the left, right? So I want to let's just say print blanks, and the amount of blanks is going to be trip total nodes on the, well, first of all, yeah, this shouldn't, yeah, if it's empty, then we should not do anything, right? So if trip is empty, then let's just unwind function. Sure. I'm going to print blanks total nodes on trip node left, right? Then I'm going to print the blanks for the right, but I myself am going to be the value. So I'm going to tprint trip node value. There you go. Is that right? And then I'm going to also string print the space here and string print the space here. Okay. And then print blanks is going to be function, which takes the number and then just does unwindable. Let's I just do a loop here. If n is equal to 0, then we're just going to unwind function. And then we're just going to string print the space and a space. Okay, let's see what's going to happen here. Equal is a template, right? I'm trying to compare the ints here. Oh yeah, also I want to say that n is equal to sub int and 1, right? Trip node in doesn't have field. Wait, what? Just max depth here. I don't know how that happened there. Expected trip int got unit. Trip join. Trip recalculate result. Yeah, I need to return the result here. Unable to infer the type over here. Depth is int is equal to 1. Trip at depth is a template t. Expected variant over here. Wait, what? Why? Oh, because yeah, because we don't do the equals. That's not correct. If equal depth is equal to 1, right? If int total templates, total nodes t. Okay. It seems like my C is not compiling for some reason. Something like about unwindable results being undeclared though. And why is that? Let's take a look. I'm just trying to return the unwindable result, which is never there. Oh wait, it's because this function returns void, I think. Is this function returns void, so there is no result. We should just return here. I think that's just something that I did not do. Because we don't have values of type void, right? I want to say unwindable. Yeah, it's like it's about the unwindables, right? Yeah, because I always create a variable here. No, this is the tokens. Have result value is based on the expression. If the type is unit, then we don't have the value. So result var. But I always return the result var, and that is not correct. Because this should be if has result value, then it's going to be some result var. Otherwise it's going to be none. Okay, I think that's the only thing that I need to fix. So it's actually going to compile them because this is the only error that I'm seeing here. Yeah, because I'm trying to return with a value in a function returning void. Like that's all of the errors that we have. No, I have infinite loops. I think the problem is that print s3, right? I'm printing at depth and then I'm never increasing my depth, right? So I need to say depth is add depth, we add 1 there. Okay, and then also after I'm printing the tree at depth, well, I guess I just string print the new line here. Okay, but I only printed the depth number 1 because I never go deeper over here, right? Yeah, so over here I say else. I need to else I need to trip print that depth be, I need to subtract from depth 1, and then I need to trip print this tree as depth t depth. Sorry, here we say trip node left. And then I'm going to print the right. And then in between these nodes, I need to print blanks 1. Just print a single blank. I think this is going to work. Except 3 args got 2. Where? No, I need to pass the t print still. By the way, I do have the context system, so I don't need to pass this as an explicit argument all the time. I'm just realizing that. The minicast does have the context. We should try to do it with those. No, this doesn't look correct. This does not look correct somehow. Oh, because I'm doing this /n here. Right, yeah. I think maybe the /n should be over there. Okay, I think this actually works. This actually is working. It's not really like obvious that this is a tree, but basically we have the 4 at the root of the tree, and 4 has 2 children, 0 and 7, right? And then 0 has only the right child, which is 3, which only has the left child, which is 2, which only has the left child, 1, right? Maybe if I draw some arrows here, right? How do we draw the arrows for trees in terminal? We need to like do in between the lines, basically. Do the things, right? Actually, I can do it on the left and on the right only, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. Hold on. we'll make it look beautiful here. I need to not print the blanks here. And to print something else. I need to not print the blanks. No. How about this? Strip print a left branch. You know, I will print the left branch. And I will give it the trip node left. Print left branch from parent, right? So we're giving the child node, and we're going to print the left branch from parent here, right? T, yeah, instead of this. And now over here, we're going to print the right branch from parent. Rip node. All right. Print left branch from parent. We just have the trip here. So first we want to print blanks. Well, if trip is empty, then there is actually no branch. Then we print the blanks, which is trip, which is trip total nodes of the trip node left. And then I need to add. No, I don't need to add one to those actually, because then we will go to do string print a space. Okay. ASCII graphics. ASCII art. No. I want like something that is like looking like the corners. ASCII corners. ASCII box drawings. ASCII box characters. Box drawing characters. Okay, there we go. That's what we want. It's Unicode. Can I just do the ASCII? This is U250. X. What does that mean? Does it mean that this is not ASCII? Like this is yeah, this is 250. Yeah. This is not ASCII. Well, I mean, it's okay. I can do the non ASCII, but can we do that? The subset of the Unicode box drawing characters thus included WGL4. Can I do ASCII? Wait, there's the escape sequence for drawing these things too? So are these symbols actually Unicode and are not present in the ASCII? I'm not sure. Okay, well, I mean, I guess it doesn't like really matter. We can do the any Unicode. Boom, boom. I can do like this roundish one then. Sure. Like that, right? Well, no. And then over here, I want, I guess, this symbol. Is that right? Yes. Print. Let's do instead of, yeah, okay, sure. Let's do instead, you know, const print blanks is and this is just going to be print string times n, right? So this is going to be print string times, which is going to be s string and n, and this is going to be s. Okay. So that this time way I can also I'll do the right, and this is going to print string times, and the string is going to be this character 3 times. Okay, we'll do that, and then we do the right range from the parent, which is going to start with the left. On the right we have the blanks, but on the left we do that, and on the right we are going to do this one. They're making the candy cane operator. I'm just trying to draw a tree in the terminal. Look at this. Does this look like a tree? I think something is broken. Something is broken, yeah. Wait, why though? Why is it broken? It seems like Something is broken. I think I'm not printing enough ones on the right. Print right branch from parent. I'm making a trip data structure and I'm trying to visualize it. So I'm creating like basically a list of elements from 0 to 9, but then it actually stored in a trip, not in a list. Oh, because I'm still printing the blanks. This should be deleted. I should not print the blanks anymore here. Almost. I feel like it's better. Like this is correct. I think this is correct. So there is something too much. Like why is this 3 over there, right? Is that where it's supposed to be? I think that is where it's supposed to be. Oh, I think actually the 4 is not where it's supposed to be, right? Because we have 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 is in a wrong place. Why is 4 in the wrong place? Because the yeah, what's the amount of things on the left? Is it going to be always the same tree or not? Because I'm not like initializing the random number generator.
Are you doing a game for LD tomorrow? Kuvi the man.
Yeah, I think so. Hello, Palma. I'm probably going to try this new language that I made. So since the D2 jam, there is like I made a new language. Palma. We're going to try to test that. And right now I'm testing it by trying to print a tree in the terminal. Okay, this 4 is in the wrong place. Oh, wait, hold on. This has just 2 symbols instead of 3. There should be 3. And this over here should be 3. I think that's the problem. What's doing a new one? There we go. Look at this. Look at this tree. This is beautiful, right? This is what a binary search tree looks like. Well, it's a trip. It's not the old new one. You made a new one. Yeah. I made a new one with my old one, basically, right? And then the plan is to like to transpile the old one into the new one, so that you know. And then the new one is going to be compiled into C because the old one was compiled into JavaScript, and this way we will have like better performance and shit, you know. So yeah. Okay, but I did print this trip. That's nice, right? Okay, and then the only thing that is left is to split the trip. So we can like join, but then I also want to split. Splitting is not implemented. Actually, I'm a little bit confused because this is supposed to return something. Right, like I have a function. Oh wait, it's because I never instantiated, so it doesn't matter that this is not correct. That makes sense. That makes sense. What I want is something like this, you know. I'm going to say that let split be trip split at index. So we're going to split trip A at index 5, right? Like in the middle. And then we're going to print trip as trip as tree. The the split dot left and the split dot right, right? So we cannot have like left and right like this here because this is the minicast. We don't do this. Are you doing the thing with the other people, Pomo, where like the this swap game or the pass the game thing? Are you doing that? This is left and right. Let's split it at like some different. Let's split it at 7. Trip print as stream. Trip split. Okay, we want to split at index, right? So here's what we're going to do. If trip is empty, then we're just going to return the left is trip empty. I mean, which is basically the trip, and right is also equal to the same trip. It doesn't really matter. Also, I need to say what the trip split is. And this is a struct where left is a trip and right is a trip. Okay. So if it's not empty, then I need to do something, right? So, and to say that if trip I need to trip total nodes on the left, basically, of the trip. So we see the nodes on the left, right? We see the nodes on the left. And basically, is the index falling into the left subtree or into the right subtree? Right? Nodes, total nodes left. Total nodes left is this, right? That should be T. So if total nodes left, if index is less than total nodes left, which is this, then we're going to split the left subtree basically because the index falls into the left subtree, right? Right, so we're going to trip split at index the trip left at the same index, right? So we need to say split dot left is the left, and then the right. So left is split left, but right is going to be the joining of the split right and the trip itself. But before doing that, I'm also going to say that trip node left is going to be the empty trip, right? Yeah, that makes sense. This is destructive though. We could yeah, that's okay though. I think yeah, that's okay. But technically this is supposed to be like an immutable data structure. Um but this is okay. Okay, and if the index is equal to the nodes on the left, then like I am on this index. But that's okay. I think if it's less or equal, then we'll do that. Because in those cases, the node itself goes on to the right always. Yeah. Otherwise, we do the same, but we split the right subtree. So we split the right subtree, and the index is going to be different though. We're not going to split it at the index, but we need to subtract from index the total nodes on the left plus 1, right? Because the nodes on the left plus the node itself also counts. And then we say that the right subtree is the right on the split. The right is empty, and then the left is joining of the split dot left and the trip. There we go. Let's see if this works. So basically, I'm constructing splitted index int. String is a type, cannot be used as an expression. It's not string dot print. It's string underscore print. Okay, look at this. So I've split the trip, this trip, at index 7, which means that everything that is basically less than 7 goes into the left subtree. Everything that's greater or equal than 7, it goes to the right subtree. And these are my subtrees now. There we go. Right. I can also try to give it the some random numbers, like I'm doing like 0, 1, 2, 3, 9, but it doesn't have to be like that. We can put anything there. It's basically a list of integers here, represented as a tree, which we can split in logarithmic complexity, join in logarithmic complexity and stuff. Like I can add not I, no, over here, right? It's not the I, but this is like the element. We can do a random int, but then I kind of want the mod. Or rather a remainder of this int by 10 maybe. Let's see. Rem A T B T T. That would just be just what, like A% B. That's what I want. T is not found. T. There we go. So we just put some random numbers here now instead. Trips with mini Kast. I think this is cool. Actually, I could generate a random letter here. And it's okay. That's already an okay example. Trips with minicast. I like this. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that's covering actually a bunch of things, right? Like trips is actually a good test for the things. So the missing the I think the biggest missing thing in the language now is the closures. Without the closures, we can work, but it is a little bit annoying. How difficult would it be to add the closure support? I just need to figure out the values which are captured and then store them in a struct. I feel like I can do it in one day, right? It's not that difficult. I think I might do that tomorrow. And if not, then oh well. We'll try to do the Ludden there without it. But I think that's good progress. And I think we're almost ready. Let's just check. Did I not break anything with raylib? Just in case. I should not have. No! Call to undeclared library function LK. Wait. Who's doing the LK though? The allocate type on stack? Did I remove something that I was including previously? Oh, or is it because I'm doing the... No, I'm doing... Yeah, I'm doing the clank here still, right? Undeclared library functional, okay. How is it undeclared? Oh, include the header stdlib. I mean, this is not correct right now anyway, but... Yeah. Yeah, it's because I was including the stdlib over here for the malloc, but now we're using the gc instead. Wait, is gc actually... Wait, that's a good question. Is gc... is my garbage collector that I tried to use here going to be compiled to the web? That's a good question. Let's do just raylib web here. gc.h is not found. No. I mean, maybe I just need to... I probably just need to point the emcc to the header though, right? I have a separate argument. Kind of annoying, but... Let me see. Do I do something specific in raylib? Like, because that would mean that I need to... Yeah, I don't think that would work. I'm assuming the GC. What's it called again? The GC. The Bon. Mscripten. Does this work with Mscripten? Porting Bon to Scripten. There's this issue. This is open. Yeah, I think it's not going to work. Which means that we're going to leak memory, or I will need to like actually free stuff after myself. Okay. Probably not a big issue. Let me fix the things though anyway. Well, now I need a different runtime, we just use it though. We'll figure it out. But if I just do the runtime, which uses this instead of that, right? Then we have the Rayleigh example still working. I mean, yeah, there's no reason for it not to work. Right? Do. Nice. Okay, I'm going to end then. See you guys tomorrow, next time. Let's go see some more sea over here. Some more shell.
Is that something I should change, maybe? It's kind of nice to... Kind of nice to explicitly say quit without saving.
What?